Rest in peace, sugar crusted fish feast. Where is the cooking vendor again? Profession, cooking. Oh yeah, and the inn makes sense.
My directive is to serve you.
All right, so
Peruse my inventory again.
cook 5 of your favorite meals to create a version that is sure to keep you satiated. Persist through death. So it would roughly 5x the cost of food, assuming you're not dying. But food's pretty fucking cheap, right? What are Belladar's at now?
I have calibrated my prices to be
So it'd go from
reasonable.
11 to 55. Let's say I have to reapply a food buff once before it's done. Let's say I only get one every 30 minutes instead of one every hour. So that's going to 2.5x. So basically I'm paying 25 to 30 gold for a Belladar's bounty instead of 20. And it makes sure that it never falls off in the middle of a key. That seems like it's probably worth it. I guess we could probably level cooking real fast and start making those. All right. Wow. Professions.com. The DJ got us falling in love again. All right. Auction house. 150x beef, 500x. Shit better be cheap. I better not be spending more than like 5,000 gold to level cooking.
Supply of goods for outlanders.
All right. Fuck was okay. Basically beef. 150 of those. Okay, not too bad so far. Then portioned steak. 500. Okay. Then spiced meat stock. 75. Then chopped Michael Bloom. How many? 75. Fresh. Fuck, it didn't. There we go. Here it is. 75. Okay, so far we've spent 3,500. All right, and now we buy the rest of this from the cooking vendor. Hopefully also not too expensive. Okay. Come here, you little rascal. Cooking vendor. Which one of you dickheads is a cooking vendor? Not you. Cooking supplies, probably you. Alright, Corway dust, 625. Can I buy 625? Fuck yeah. Alright, so that takes us to 3558. And then we need 115 crunchy peppers. And then 25 granulated spices. And then 40 tomatoes. And then 140 twined herbs. All right. This is 3,600 gold. That's, yeah, that's fine. Alright, so we begin by... Does having cooking equipment matter for purposes of hearty feasts or hearty food? I wonder. Dude, did I get another? Well, probably go buy blue stuff, right? At least, I think. What is it, a rolling pin and a hat?
My directive is to serve you.
Profession equipment, cooking. Nope, I guess only green stuff. All right. Do I want 547 gear for 10k? Probably not. This expansion only. Fuck it, we'll buy you and you, I guess. Maybe we'll save ourselves enough gold over the long haul from this if it works. And if it doesn't, whatever, we're out 2,500 gold or something. Alright. So, first things first, make 30x portion steak. Okay. Then we're going to make 15 unseasoned field steak. What up, Patty? Alright, then... use field steak, did it say? How many did it make? Make one hearty food? Okay. Then from 35 to 55, we do 5x meat and potatoes, 5x stuffed cave peppers. Probably got to learn these, right?
I have calibrated my prices
Alright,
to be reasonable.
meat and potatoes. And stuffed peppers. Where the fuck is stuffed peppers? Oh, I have to learn it at 45. Alright. Meat and potatoes, we do 5. And then we learn stuffed cave peppers. And we do 5 of those. And oh, I'm supposed to complete a quest chain to obtain it? Wait, do I actually need... What does more cooking skill get me? If I just want to create a hearty...
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Okay, what? I'm supposed to do what fucking... Striking steel quest chain. Man, god damn it. Okay, supposed to head to Hallowfall.
Someone didn't get the message. These are earthen resources. We need you to mount a defense.
Okay, I'm supposed to talk to... Head to Meridar and pick up economical requests from Aurelia Steelstrike, the renowned quartermaster. Alright. Which one of you is Aurelia Steelstrike? Are you Aurelia Steelstrike? You are. Economical request. Okay.
For the Empire. Sacred flame guide your way, friend. We are the holders of hope.
Write a letter of recommendation. Alright.
Sacred flame guide your way, friend. The darkness comes.
And then we do... Oh shit, look at this. I can get Weathered Crest.
Always be prepared. The darkness
Valor
comes.
Stones that put me
We
over the
are
cap.
prepared.
Okay, a baddie request. Does anyone like
For
wasps?
the Empire.
Regular fiber.
The darkness comes. We are
What was the other one?
prepared. Always be prepared.
Okay. Fuck do I have to do for this? God damn it, man. Really? The things we do for cooking skill. Wait, what the fuck? There's a break between part 1 and 2. I can't even finish the quest line today? Bro, what the hell? What up, Celia? There's the next day delay. Yeah, that's just what I was reading, is that you have to wait a day to do it. But I guess I gotta do the delay at some point, so... Hey, Leaf Nose, why are you flying at fucking 2 miles an hour? Yeah, I think it's worth... I think making the Hearty Feast is worth it from a price perspective. Just because dying in the middle of a dungeon. Losing, I mean, like, the feasts are actually... I feel like the feasts are relatively a bigger amount of stats this expansion than they have been in the past. Because it's, 470, which... I mean, maybe that's not. Maybe I'm getting baited, but... It feels like a decent chunk of stats.
You like?
Mostly it's just one of those things that's like tilting. Not even... Even if it doesn't realistically affect your performance, it's tilting to just die to some stupid shit in a dungeon and then just know that your food buff is gone. It just bothers me for the rest of the dungeon, or maybe probably not the rest. I'll probably forget about it in a minute, but it'll bug me when I res to be like, God damn it, dude, I just lost my fucking food buff. Alright, is that all the quests over here? Enjoying a cool 134 ms? Hell yeah. I might have to be doing some WoW playing from on the road soon. We're going back to visit my parents, and originally Shauna was like, you could squeeze some WoW time in, and I'm like, I don't think I'll be able to.
The darkness comes.
With when we play, it was one thing to play when we were on vacation, when I was on, we were on the West Coast, and I was playing EU time. But trying to squeeze in playing with the team when we usually start around 5, which will be 4 o'clock Central Time, is like, bro, it's just going to be like right in the middle of the day. It's going to make the trip weird as fuck if I try to do that more than like once. So I think I'm just going to tell the team to assume I'm incommunicado. Start playing rest of this month, and a friend recommended the streams for coaching. You're excited to see this gameplay. Well, I hope you learned something. And I hope that the thing you learn isn't, holy fuck, this guy's an idiot.
Very good to meet you.
I'll be right here when you need me.
Spirits bless you.
This land was not what we expected.
Alright, the break between part and 1 is at the end of this part right now. So now we gotta wait and come back. Alright, well. Might as well, I guess. In the meantime, can I still make hearty feasts out of Beladars that I already have? I think I probably can, right? Maybe I can proc some additional... No, I guess it doesn't have a multi-crafting angle to it. It's just resourcefulness. Maybe I'll save some. One resourcefulness proc? No, fuck me, I guess. Alright, that's fine. I don't know why I have my trade window over here. What's in this window? The first 7 things? Okay, we're just gonna move this. Close this window. Oh my god, all this shit's over here anyway. Wait, what? No, that doesn't make any sense. It's not... Or did it, like, fold it back in when I closed it, maybe? Oh well. Am I playing with an MMO mouse? No. I use the, what the fuck? OP1 8K mouse? No, all those buttons on an MMO mouse, make me anxious. Oh yeah, I gotta go talk to the guy that makes me never put on my profession equipment.
Have you come to trade?
I would like to talk about my profession equipment.
Ride the winds. I have just the thing for you. Beware the deep places of the earth.
I don't want to see any of this
Together
shit.
we are high mountain.
And we're gonna check some logs from last night. What am I gonna buy from Dinar? I bought a mythic pick-me-up. With my next Dinar? I don't know. Still a couple weeks away from that, so. Potentially a trinket. If I can... I need to make myself go do a mythic raid pug. Can't do it this week because I locked myself already for my Sprocket Monger kill, but if I could pug up to Rick Reverb one of these weeks, I could buy Reverb Radio on Mythic, which would be nice. What are my off pieces catalyzed into again? Bracers or haste verse. Okay. Wait, why can't I catalyze? Oh, because it's crafted. All right. Game, you win. Sometimes owl, sometimes cat. Can I explain why? I play owl in workshop because in virtually every other dungeon, whenever I need to take a big hit, I can get in bear form. And if you are in bear form, it's really hard to die to one shots. The problem with workshop is that there's a lot of damage that comes out when you dispel Cujo's debuff, but the active dispelling pulls you out of bear form. You cannot sit in bear form and dispel the tank, which means you are necessarily weak every time that happens. If I do not have the 8% damage reduction from Keeper of the Grove when you regrowth yourself, then on like 20 and above, I think, workshop, I die. So I play Keeper of the Grove in workshop in order to be able to dispel and live. In every other instance, I play Wildstalker. Haste Mastery, Haste Verse? Oh, I mean, it's personal preference for the most part. If you Mastery is going to do more healing, Verse is going to do more damage and more survivability, and then it's just up to you which one you think you need. All right, we're going to do a bit of investigating. Dark Flame Cleft. Statistics. Why did it pull that up? What the fuck? Why did it pull up the other window? What the hell? Why is it pulling up that window at all? Wait, is it trying to show the wrong fucking display again? Bro, what the hell? Yeah, it is. Why? Whatever. All right. Let's have a look at Candle King. Where do we get our HPS here? All right, average mastery benefit was 1.89. Dude, these the mana efficiency graph is funny for Resto Druid because regrowth is is so efficient as a heal that this can't even be right. So I spent 23k on regrowth, which can't be right. It also says I spent what the fuck? That makes no sense. It says I casted regrowth 68 times. How the hell did I do that and only spend 23k mana? That's just wrong. That's weird. Cat weaving damage for a single target? I mean, you just put bleeds up and then shred, basically. Rake to 5 combo points, but rip up. Or rake, shred to 5 combo points, put rip up. Just keep shredding until you need to rake again. And keep shredding until you need to rip again, and so on and so forth. You can get out to Moonfire when you run out of energy. Do I not run Abundance? I do. I think I should have spent a lot more. I mean, 23k, like, regrowth costs 70,000 mana to cast. It costs 70,000 mana to cast. So even if you have, like it says my average abundance stacks was 6. So even if I had on average 6 abundance stacks, that would be 48% mana reduction. And that means even one regrowth cast should cost 35k mana if I don't have clear cast, and there's no way that I casted regrowth 68 times and only ever did it with clear cast procs. So I don't know what it's saying I spent my mana on, but I was looking at this number. I had to ask in the rest of your Discord because I was a little confused about this average mastery benefit because of the explanation that it gives, where it says, for example, if you had 10% mastery and mastery increased your heals by an average of 17%, the listed number would be 1.7. Now, I was having trouble figuring out exactly what the fuck that meant. So far as I can tell, the average mastery benefit number is roughly, like, roughly means how many hots you had on average per person, but unlike, now that there's a diminishing return on mastery stacks, it's not, you can't just say number of hots you have on somebody, because the more hots you have, the less each hot is contributing towards mastery. Which used to not be the case till they did the change to mastery this tier. It used to be that every mastery hot added whatever your mastery percent was, just kept stacking linearly the whole time. So if you had, 20% mastery and you had 7 hots on somebody, you were doing 140% more healing to them. But now it starts tapering off pretty hard. So it's not just number of hots you have, it's weighted number of hots you have. So this is essentially saying on average I had 2 hots per person ish. Two hots worth of mastery stacks, or I guess I should say that mastery was giving you 190% of its stated value. So according to this number, if I'm running 26.5% mastery, then I should be doing it would be like 0.49 times 1.89. So it'd be like 50% more healing to everybody on average. And the other thing is that this this backs out healing that is unaffected by your mastery. So for instance, if we were to look at my healing done over the course of a dungeon, there's going to be some of this that's unaffected by mastery, like my insurance procs are not going to be buffed by mastery. Symbiotic relationship is not, this number is not buffed by mastery. Now the underlying heals are buffed by mastery, but this number isn't. So you would be, if this number was affected by mastery, it'd be like double dipping, because the heals that fed into it would be affected by mastery, and then the relationship itself will be buffed by mastery. So if this was affected by mastery, you would be getting double effect from from your mastery. So this is just a derivative number that's unaffected by mastery. My trinket's not affected by it. Leech, not affected by it. Another trinket effect. So, most of my healing is affected by mastery, but not all of it. And this is a pretty big chunk. Like, insurance, 10% of my healing, not affected by mastery. So, it says it backs out that amount of healing. Anything that's not affected by mastery, it takes that out of the equation. And then it calculates, on average, how many mastery stacks or what multiple your mastery benefit would have. So in this case, it would be doing, on average, 50% more healing to people because of mastery. Don't see why Pick Me Up is BIS healing? Or don't see why Pick Me Up is BIS, the healing is meh? Compared to what? Pick Me Up isn't properly logged? I think the HPS part of it is. I think that number is correct. Now, what isn't properly logged is the damage done in details. In details, it looks like you are doing some piss small amount. But if you look at logs, then it'll show how much Pick Me Up's doing here. But the healing number, I think, is accurate. But I think people think their trinkets are doing more than they actually. Like when you see Mr. Pick Me Up is adding 2.6% healing on a fight where you did 4.7 million HPS. I guess the question is, how much healing do you think your other trinkets are contributing? Why not use double DPS trinkets? Well, DPS trinkets don't do shit for healers. And Mr. Pick Me Up basically is a DPS trinket. I mean, it added, now admittedly a relatively small amount, but it added 10% of my damage. Now, that's because it was basically being all used for healing at this point. If you look at it over the course of a dungeon, not just the boss where like all of it's being converted into useful healing, then Mr. Pick Me Up does 28% of my damage. So, I mean, that is more or less a DPS trinket. But I don't know, like, I feel like there's still a really weird fixation on healers doing damage by the healing community. Like, healers still think that it's really important that they do damage, and that is a mindset that's like really hard to break people out of. Like, why do you think it fucking matters how much damage you're doing? Or like, I swear to God, if I offered, there's like certain healers, I swear to God, if I said, you can either wear an item that doubles your healing or makes you do 10% more damage, they'd be like, did you say 10% damage? Fuck yeah, man. Give me 10% damage, baby. And it's like, bro, I said you could do double your healing or 10% more damage. You say damage? Hell yeah, dude. 10% damage. Let's fucking go, baby. Healer DPS could be the difference between time and a deplete. Let me put it this way. Here's what my timers look like in the dungeons that we've timed, okay? Motherload, 20. We were under by 2.5 minutes. More than slightly. Under by 2.5 minutes. Dark Flame Cleft, 20. Under by just under 3 minutes. 19 Floodgate, under by 4.5 minutes. Rookery 19, under by just under 3 minutes. Workshop, under by 3 minutes and 10 seconds. 19 Theater, under by about 2:45. Priory, under by 2:50. And 19 Cinderbrew, under by 3 minutes. I'm a top player. Think of the average pug group. The thing is, if a person dies in a group, not only do you lose 15 seconds off the timer, you lose whatever time it takes to res them, and if they were in cooldowns, you lose the value of their cooldowns. If a person dies a single time in a dungeon because you were DPSing or because you were built for DPSing when you could have been built for healing, you have negated the entire benefit of your damage contribution. So, if you think there's ever a risk that somebody's going to die in a dungeon because of the choices you make to DPS, be it through playstyle or gearing, if you think there's even one death that could be attributable to that, you should stop DPSing right now. Completely stop DPSing to make absolutely sure everybody lives. I mean, you can say, like, for the average player, but by that same logic, the average player should be worse at healing than me and need more help. And an average player would be worse at DPSing, and so contributing less to the group. Like, all of the same arguments apply, whether you're doing 20s or 15s or 10s or whatever. Now, I guess theoretically, if you're at the point where you're doing keys where it literally doesn't matter how much you're healing because nobody's ever going to die, no matter what, then you could say you might as well build for DPS, but at that point, it doesn't matter what you build for. Run around naked. Who gives a shit? If nobody can die because the damage is so trivial, then just stick your thumb up your butt. Yeah, I mean, most of the time, if you're doing a key where you point to the timer and go, look, we timed it by 5 seconds. That was my damage. Chances are, if I look at your death meter, there's like fucking 13 deaths. And it's like, how many of those were your fault? How many of those did you cause by not doing enough healing? And if you took those away, would you have needed healer DPS to time the key? Users are obsessed with DPS because cat weaving was broken in BFA. It actually wasn't. Cat weaving sucked in BFA. Well, I don't know about suck, but most of BFA, your damage came from fucking Sunfire and stupid Azerite traits. I remember back in BFA, if you opened up your damage meter for most of the expansion, if I opened my overall, it was like this bar was Sunfire up here, and my next biggest damage source started like right here or something. It would be like 40% of your damage was Sunfire, if not more. Sometimes it was deaths you couldn't save anyway. Yeah, I mean, sure, there are times people died of one shot, standing in stupid shit, whatever. You wouldn't be able to heal through it. But I feel like in the modern environment now, with the changes they've made to the death timer being 15 seconds, now deaths matter more than they ever have. A lot more than they ever have. And healer damage is in one of the worst states it's ever been in relative to the damage from your DPS classes. To the point where I just feel like, why would I make any optimization towards DPS if it involves, if there was a healer, or if there is a healing cost to it, optimizing for DPS seems like just the wrong decision. Now, if there's free choices you can make, like Pick Me Up is a good example. It's both a good healing trinket and a good damage trinket, so by all means. Or if you're looking at your tree and you're like, well, I could take something like I don't know, something like Forest Walk, but I don't need more healing received. Like, I'm never worried about myself dying. And in exchange, I could take like Heart of the Wild, then yeah, maybe. But if there's something like, well, I'm going to lose like 1 or 2% overall healing, but I'm going to gain like 5% damage, and it's like, but why? Like, you never know. That's the thing. You never know when you're going to need that healing. In the same way that you could say, like, you never know when you're going to need healer damage to time a key. It's like, okay, but you never know when there's going to be a situation in a key where if you'd have done 2% more healing, maybe that does save somebody's life. Every time there's somebody that dies by, you know, they're overkilled by like 200k, and they didn't go from 100 health, like 100% health, down to dead instantly, then it's like, well, if I'd have had 2% more HPS, maybe that guy lives. Do you still use Convoke for offense without heart? Yeah, I mean, it's still, if you don't need Convoke for healing, if you know you're not, like, a lot of times, especially on, like, boss fights, if I'm doing a fight like, Theater of Pain has a lot of fights like that. Like, if you're doing, like, Zav, I mean, there's no healing checks on Zav at all. Like, Convoke will never help you save somebody's life on Zav. So, you play a fight like Zav, rip Convoke for damage every time. Kind of the same deal with Koltharok. Koltharok, basically the only damage on the fight is guys getting a dot that's not that scary. That's not even the kind of thing you'd want to use Convoke on anyway. So, fight like Koltharok, let her rip on offense. Or if you're doing a trash pull where you just know that nothing dangerous is going to happen during the trash pull. Trying to think of pulls like that. Like the 4-pack before the last boss in Cinderbrew, where it's just the 4 guys that keep shrinking, like 4 turns into 3, turns into 2, turns into 1. They don't do anything, so let Convoke rip. Did I get this mindset recently or had it a long time? I mean, it's definitely been reinforced recently. Because like I said, Mythic Plus has been an evolving thing. Back in Legion, you had to do a shitload of healing on certain fights, but you could gear swap. So you intentionally went through the dungeon, putting on the gear and changing your mentality from literally pull to pull. If there's a pull where there's a bunch of trash mobs, they don't do anything, put on your AoE damage set and start beating ass. And then you go into a boss fight where it's going to be a super high HPS check, put on all your haste and mastery gear, put on your healing trinkets, put on healing legendaries, and, you know, blast HPS. And then we go into a mini boss that doesn't do anything, so put on my single target and fuck this guy up. Then BFA came, you couldn't swap gears, so now it's like, okay, I got to put on a set that gives me the best chance across the entire key. And in BFA, I primarily wore very heavy mastery. It was like all haste mastery. And for a lot of the expansion, more haste or more mastery than haste. Like haste started diminishing pretty hard in terms of how much it helped your HPS, but Mastery just kept scaling and scaling. Mastery was so fucking good back in BFA. It was crazy how much healing Mastery did. There was an add-on back in BFA that I wish I don't think there's any reason why it couldn't be updated today, but nobody seems to have wanted to take that on. But there was a mastery called real-time stat weights back in BFA. There was a little window, and it would show you in the middle of a pull how much each of your secondaries was contributing to your healing on that pull. And if you look down on some pulls, they would always set your primary stat to 1, and then it would value all your secondaries based on primary stat being worth 1. And there were pulls where mastery was worth like 3 or 4 times what your primary stats were worth. It just did so much fucking healing. So you stacked mastery, and I did that in BFA all the way up until corruptions. And then once you got corruptions, you gained so many secondary stats that it was total overkill to stack mastery, and then that's when people started stacking verse. But then we went into BFA, or then we went to Shadowlands, and there were many fewer fights where there were HPS checks. As an expansion, Shadowlands just tended to have less points in a dungeon where you needed to just open it up and heal your ass off. And as a result, there was a big shift. Shadowlands is really where there was this like shift in healer mentality to, I gotta build for DPS because my healing isn't really that important. It's not necessary to do most of these keys. There might be a few healing checks in the key, but I'll just hold cooldowns for that. And otherwise, well, and then the timers in a lot of Shadowlands dungeons were just tighter to where your DPS was, and healer damage was a bigger proportion of the overall damage, especially single target. Like when Ashen Hallow was a thing, when it was like pre-nerf Ashen Hallow, there were fights where Holy Paladins would, especially if you got like PI, if you were playing with Shadow Priest and they PI'd you, you would be like top damage on single target. Like you would beat other fucking DPS specs if you dropped Ashen Hallow in a short enough fight. If you had Wings, Ashen Hallow, and like PI on a Lust pull, you drop that shit, you top the meter. And Covenants had something to do with that. Same deal with like Shamans with Vesper Totem. Like the Ashen Hallow and Vesper Totem made those specs do legitimately big damage. Then Dragonflight, there was more healing checks reintroduced, but healers could still do fairly good damage, like Resto Druid in season 3 and 4 with Heart of the Wild. You could slam, like you could do really good single target damage. But now they've gutted healer damage to the point where, I mean, there's some fights where single target you can be kind of competing with the tank if you're wearing DPS gear or like, you know, like haste verse stats. But especially on like AoE, you will get gapped so fucking hard on AoE as a healer, no matter what you do. It's like, it is not possible to come anywhere fucking close. You know, you have like Unholy DKs on some pulls doing 30 million DPS. You know, who fucking cares how much damage you do as a healer at that point? Your entire contribution to that pull would be like the DK critting 3 more times on the pull or something. I mean, it's just, your damage is within the margin of error for a DPS DK. And when you see that shit, it's just like, who cares? Especially when it's so detrimental to the key to die. And not just quantitatively, like from a death timer or dying in CDs. It's also just like mentally. If you're in a key, you could like, let's say you could math it out. And you could demonstrate mathematically that a healer could gain enough DPS in a key by playing really risky that they could add so much that even if it DPS died a couple times, it was still a net gain for the healer to have DPS'd. Even if you could demonstrate that and everyone was in agreement, yeah, you should DPS because we gain more, even if we have a few deaths because of it. If people fucking tilt when they die, if you have a DPS that's in the middle of pressing CDs and they fall over because they don't think they got enough healing, that's one thing if they stand in stupid shit and die. I mean, they'll still be tilted, but whether it's your fault or not is a different question. But if there was a pull where somebody like kind of ticks out and they felt like they didn't get enough healing, or that the healer should have been able to save them and they die during cooldowns, even if before the key started you agreed that that was an acceptable outcome, in the middle of the key, that person is just going to be like, it's going to bother them. They're going to get mad about it. Whether they like make a big deal out of it or not is a different thing, but at least silently they're going to seethe a little bit and be like, what the fuck, man? Just do your fucking job and heal me. And so not only is there just an actual cost to the timer when somebody dies, but mentally, like attitudinally, if somebody dies, they're going to be like, fuck this shit. And they're probably going to play worse for it. Or you like desync your cooldown, you know, like if somebody who's in the middle of, especially if you're like a CDR class and you were in the middle of farming back a cooldown and you die, not only are you dead for a little bit, by the time you get rezzed, it takes you longer to farm something back. But now maybe you don't have it on pull of the next pull, and now your shit's just like desync for the rest of the dungeon, or you have to like take a pull off and let your shit come back. And these things just compound. So there's a lot to be said for the state of mind of somebody. It's the same reason why like people are very happy to have a disc priest healer when they say that like they want a disc priest healer because it makes them feel safe. They mean that very literally. That as a DPS, when you feel like you are invincible because the healer is just putting a fat fucking shield on you all the time, to the point where like you literally cannot die. Like you have such a big shield on you that it doesn't matter what you get hit by, you're going to live. That allows you to play the game more confidently. And you know, you can make arguments about whether you think the DPS should be affected by that. But in a practical sense, they are affected by that. Like if you just have that looseness that comes with knowing that like I'm okay, my healer's not going to let me die. I can play aggressively and not just be worried all the time about getting clapped. People will tend to play better, more fluidly, with that confidence. And so yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a pendulum. It's gone back and forth throughout the history of Mythic Plus about whether you should worry as much about DPS or not. But I feel like in the current Mythic Plus environment, I don't think healer DPS has ever been less relevant than it is right now in Mythic Plus. And by that, I mean, I feel like healer damage is such a small portion of the overall compared to where it's been in the past. And the punishment for people the punishment for not healing is higher than it's ever been before. So if you make trade-offs to try to do more damage, and there's not very many things you can do in this game as a healer to just do more damage without any downside. Most of the time, if you figure out a way to do more damage as a healer, it's coming with some opportunity cost. You're either wearing a different stat that's doing less healing, you're wearing a different trinket that's doing less healing, you're pressing buttons that are doing damage instead of healing. There's not a lot of ways to just conjure damage out of nothing. And I feel like if you're making those decisions, unless it's just, like I said, there's times where you can convoke offensively because there's no use in convoking for healing. There is no healing coming out. So it is very much like I could either sit on Convoke and do nothing with it and just miss Convoke uses throughout the dungeon, or I could send it offensively. Now, do I think it's adding a ton of value to the key to Convoke offensively here? No, probably not, but it's better than doing nothing with it. And so that is an example of like, I just invented damage. You know, I just came up with a way to add more damage to the key with like no downside. I was not going to use Convoke for healing anyway. So I'm going to press it for damage. Easy. Just sped the key up a little bit with no downside risk. What the fuck am I listening to, by the way, man? What the fuck is this song, man? Jesus Christ. But like I said, those are very hard and rare opportunities to find. Things that you can do that improve your damage but have no risk associated with them. And I feel like, not to keep beating a dead horse, but I feel like right now in Mythic Plus, you are as incentivized as ever to play as low risk as you can as a healer. All right, who do we miss here? Phoenix, thank you for the reset, babe. 67 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the Jade Out, babes. Mark, thank you for the reset, babe. 8 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the Jade Out, babes. And Lava, thank you for the gift subs. That is extraordinarily generous. Very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, and like I said, going through my time dungeons here, you know, every 19 that I've timed and 20 that I've timed has been at least 2.5 minutes under the timer. And when you're timing dungeons with 2.5 minutes left, like, it's pretty obvious that you don't need healer damage at all to time these dungeons. And some of the fastest runs we've done have been with some of my least amount of damage. There was one in particular, this floodgate we did. I had some of my worst damage that I've done in a high key in a long time. It was under, at least on details now, that's not counting Mr. Pick Me Up, but on details it was like 280,000 DPS or something. Like something just real piss small, and it was, I mean, we shit on that timer. We were under by 4.5 minutes. Like, we smoked the fuck out of that dungeon. And could you say, like, well, if you'd have been doing DPS, you could have gone even faster? I mean, maybe. Or I feel like a lot more likely, probably not. You have a 684 verse wax and a 671 pick me up. Always use pick me up. I mean this in a literal sense. Any eye level Mr. Pick Me Up you have will be better than any other eye level trinket of any other kind. An LFR Mr. Pick Me Up is like better than a mythic anything else. Do I have Mythic Plus KOTG build? Yeah. It's, there's one there for Wild Stalker and one for... I think both of those have Waking Dream in them instead of Nature Swiftness. I've gone back to using Nature Swiftness. Otherwise, I think it should be up to date. All right, group's supposed to start here in about a half an hour. Now, having said all that about healer damage, I do think there is a time and a place for optimizing for healer damage. And I think that's if you hit the point in a season where keys are basically capped. If you get to a point in a season where everyone is more or less in agreement that doing a key level higher than the one that you've done is virtually impossible. Either the timer is just, you timed, let's say you did like a 20 of something like priority. Let's say you did a 20 priority and you played it clean as shit. There was like no deaths, 0 deaths. You did an aggressive route and you timed it with like 5 seconds left. And you're just like, there's no fucking chance that we come up with another key level's worth of timer in this dungeon. It's just, we can't do it. Our eye level is as high as it's going to be. Like you have BIS gear, full sockets. Blizzard's come out with all the shit they're going to come out with in terms of like corruption or belts or whatever the fuck they're going to add throughout the season. Everything is more or less finalized with your gear. And the timer was super tight and you're like, there's just no way we're ever going to improve on this dungeon. Or like another key level's worth on this dungeon. Then if you want to go faster in the key to improve your timer and you know what the requirements of the key are from an HPS perspective, you've done the key enough times that you know exactly how much healing you need. Then if you want to start trading off healing for damage, then it's like, all right, if all the variables at this point are known and you don't think you need the healing, then sure, start trading off for damage. Alternatively, if or same deal, like if a key is one-shotting you at a certain point, so you know you're not going to be able to go higher. It's just like, yeah, we like on this key level, we survive with like 1% HP, doing everything we can to live. Next key level up, we're all dead. Again, at that point, rerun the lower key with more optimized gear for more damage, less HPS, if you know you don't need the HPS to try to do a faster timer. But at a point in the season like right now, where you are continuously increasing in key level, you have not yet reached the point where you know you can't go higher, and you are still constantly moving upwards, you don't know what the healing requirements are going to be in a key. How could you? You haven't done the key before, or at least you've only done it a few times. You've only attempted it a couple times. And so you don't know what the requirements for HPS will be. You don't have enough reps on it. Maybe people's gear has changed since the last time you did it. At this point in the season, people are still crafting stuff, getting things out of the vault, getting things from raid that are improving their character. And so from one run to the next, somebody's stats may have changed. Maybe they're still testing out different trinkets, shit like that. And if you're not confident that you know exactly how much healing the key is going to need, and again, at this point in the season, how could you? We just went up 6 eye level. We got new enchants on our helm, all that kind of shit. If you don't know exactly how much HPS you're going to need, why would you risk it? Always build for more HPS because you don't know when you're going to need it. That's why dudes in like MDI would like, that's why you built for damage in MDI, is because you knew exactly, like, you do the routes over and over and over and over and over and over again in practice, and you would know exactly how much healing you were supposed to need for every pull. You'd know exactly when you're using your cooldowns. You could close your eyes and envision the dungeon, and I would do that sometimes as a mental exercise before games. When we're sitting there like with like 5 or 10 minutes between matches, I would just close my eyes and I would just envision the dungeon. Okay, this is the first pull. We run in. I get, a Hodge on this thing. We group it up. I pop Ashen Hallow. I focus down the shard. I make sure to run out for the AoE. I just like picture that pull. And then, all right, then we mount up and we run. We make sure we're dodging the patrol. We move to the next shard pull. I run in. I pop, whatever the fuck the 3-minute thing was. That gave you back more holy power for use. I pop that. Then we go and do another pull. I wings on that pull. And now we just go pull by pull in my mind and envision it, walk through it, visualize, you know, when I was going to be popping cooldowns and what everybody should be doing. And if you can do that in a key and you know exactly how much healing you need, then by all means. But, you know, if you're like, I don't need to be playing stats for healing because none of these pulls require that, then build more for damage. But if you can't do that, and nobody should be able to do that at this point in the season, then build for healing. Congrats on 3,800. Thank you. Took fucking long enough because we couldn't get 20s down. Then we did not see a 20 Motherlode or Dark Flame for like a week and a half or something. And then we finally got 20 Motherlode and Dark Flame on consecutive nights, and we one banged both of them. Which was like, a lot of times groups will do that shit where they'll talk a lot of shit about keys they haven't gotten yet. And they'll be like, oh, well, other groups just have better key luck than us. If we had gotten a 20 Motherlode or a 20 Dark Flame, we'd just have 30 more score than we have right now, but we've gotten fucked by key luck. And it's like, if you're going to talk that shit, you better blast that key the first time you see it. If you've been talking shit about how much easier all these other keys are that you haven't seen, and then you walk in and you deplete it, you're going to look like an asshole. So I was very happy that after the group being like, well, if we ever got a 20 Motherlode or a 20 Dark Flame, those would be free, that we actually did go in and one-shot them. Or else you have to eat a bit of humble pie. Knowing doing homework and not getting the right keys. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I don't know if there's like a more deflating feeling in WoW than getting multiple keys that you want to do. Like for us, like 20s, you know, like let's say we line up like 220 theaters and like a 20 floodgate, and we're like, all right, we're going to send our 20s. And then we just walk in and like deplete both the 20 theaters before like the first boss. And we're like, okay, go floodgate, and then deplete 20 floodgate to some dumb shit on the second boss. And then you look at your keys again and suddenly everything's a 19. And you're just like, what day is today? Monday? Server resets tomorrow? Yeah, I'm going to bed. Did Ben ever circle back to WoW? No. I still have him on my friends list. Let's go investigate. Where is Ben? Last online 6 months ago. And that's not even just that's not even just WoW. That's like any Blizzard thing at all. And I know he's done some Diablo seasons at some point. So I don't know when the last time, that's just the last time he got on BNet. I don't know when the last time he logged in WoW was. Was in a 12 center, trash for a third boss hunter, did not dismiss pet, and DH tank, all caps. Why do you do that? And the DH tank left. Yeah, some people get a little emotional. Any tips on DPSing as resto? I feel like I'm always stuck using every global to avoid healing, or to heal to avoid a wipe. I mean, if you feel like you need to be healing all the time, then you should probably heal. You should not be doing DPS on pulls where you feel like your DPS is really risky. The way that I would typically suggest DPSing is you DPS from a place of confidence. And that's the way that when Mythic Plus first came out in Legion, no healers DPS'd. Because in WoW, that wasn't a thing healers had ever really done in dungeons. For a long time, they gave you like almost no tools to DPS as a healer. And then by the time it was like, I don't know, Mop or Watt or something came around, they finally started making it so that you could actually do enough damage as a healer to at least do like daily quests and shit. But for the most part, by the time Mythic Plus had come around in WoW, healers had been trained to think that their damage was irrelevant. And for a lot of WoW, it was like literally irrelevant. But when Mythic Plus first came out, that was just not a thing. No healers ever gave a shit about DPSing. And I remember I first started DPSing after like a couple seasons in Mythic Plus, not because I felt like the DPS was important, but because we were doing dungeons where the healing was so like routine. I was so unstressed by the healing that I was more or less getting bored on pulls. There was nothing to do. Like nobody was taking damage. We were like calling stops and kicks. The trash pack wasn't doing anything. There was nothing to heal. And we'd sit there for like 30 or 40 seconds blowing up this trash pack, and it's like, I mean, what am I fucking doing here? Like, why am I in this key right now? And I first started DPSing as a healer, like putting some priority on DPSing, because there was nothing else happening. And that was when I started trying to figure out ways to contribute to the pull, which is, I think, the way that all healer damage should flow, is organically from a place of contribution. First and foremost, your job as a healer should be to keep people alive. And if you feel that you can do that job and you have excess capacity, you know, there's globals where you're like, this is totally unnecessary for me to heal more. Everybody's at full health, nothing's happening. Then you start figuring out how to contribute in other ways, which is damage. And you start going like, okay, well, if the healing is just, you know, on autopilot, let's start doing DPS so we can speed these pulls up. But if every pull you're doing, you feel like somebody's going to die, if you don't heal, then I would just focus on healing. Now, there's a separate conversation to be had about whether or not your perception of whether you need to be healing every global is accurate or not. And I think there's a lot of healers that feel like it is critically important that they use every global to heal, but that isn't reality. And I've given the example before. Some of the most instructive times in my World of Warcraft career have been on pulls where I felt like I was really doing a lot to keep people alive, and then I died for some reason. And then the group lived for like another 30 seconds or finished a pull or whatever. And it would have been a pull where I'd have sworn up and down that I was carrying HPS. You know, it's like, oh my God, I'm doing so much healing here. If I die on this pull, we're all fucked. And then I would die on the pull. And then somehow the group lives through it. And it's like, huh, maybe I'm not actually doing all that much on this pull. And I would say that at some point, it can be helpful as a healer on certain pulls I mean, there's some pulls where there's just a shitload of it. You know, if we're in like priority and we're doing a pull with 5 paladins and they're spamming sacred tolls back to back to back to back to back, obviously you're not DPSing during that. That is an all hands on deck. Every global I'm using has to be spent for healing or somebody's going to die. So there are some pulls where no sane person would be like, maybe I should try DPSing here. But there's definitely some intermediate pulls where it feels like things are a little sketchy, where you're like, man, I really feel like healing is important. Where I think you'd find that if you spent some globals DPSing, it would feel spooky. Like, oh, I don't like it. I feel like I should spend every global healing. But if you didn't spend every global healing, you'd find that everybody still lived, and it wasn't really that scary. Maybe people dropped a little bit lower than they otherwise would have, but never in danger of dying. And so there's times where I would say that it may be worth it to try to push your comfort zone. Just test some. I mean, there's some pulls that we do in dungeons where clearly there's no healing necessary. Nothing's happening. Nobody's taking any damage. And you can just sit there and DPS to your heart's content. And then vice versa, like I said, there's pulls like the Paladin pull where obviously you're doing nonstop healing on the pull and it's really necessary that you do that. But those intermediate pulls, I would suggest maybe at some point just try and go into a key, maybe warn your group, hey guys, I'm going to try DPSing a bit here. It might get a little hairy. Bear with me. If it's awful, if people are dying, I'll stop. But I'm just going to test it out because I want to see what it's like. And I think you'll find that on some of those pulls, you'll be really anxious about DPSing, but if you try weaving in some DPS globals, it's not nearly as detrimental to your healing as you would think. Thoughts on Dev Evoker right now? Honestly, I haven't played with Devastation Evokers very much at all. They are definitely one of the specs I've played with the least this season. And when I do play with them, it seems like they can pop off. But it is also one of those things where, like, if I've been doing a lot of keys in the season and I just never see a certain spec show up, there's probably a reason for that. With Dev, I don't know exactly what the reason is. But if it was good, I suspect people would be playing it, especially this season where there's like no other evoker taking its spot. You know, it's one thing if it's a season like back in Dragonflight where if you're a Pres Evoker, it didn't really matter how good your spec was because Augvoker was so fucking dominantly meta that it just pushed out all the other evokers. Like, it didn't matter how good the other evokers were, Aug was better. And so it's going to take the evoker spot. This season, you're not fighting for an evoker spot. If one of the evoker specs was really good, it would just get that spot. So if none of the evokers are getting invited to keys, it is likely because none of the evokers are that good at the moment. All right, group should be starting up here in about 10. We had what do we have when we ended last night? We had a 20 Bloodgate, a 20. What do I have? Do I still have a 20 Motherload? Yeah, I have a 20 Motherload. We have a 20 Floodgate. So like a 20 Rookery? I can't remember if we re-rolled some of these. Playing Pugs makes you more scared? Yeah, I mean, that's definitely not all groups are the same, right? So, yeah, if you're in a pre-made, there's going to be opportunities to do DPS that don't exist in a Pug. And you will need to be more careful when you play with Pugs about when you choose to DPS. But there's also, I think, assuming your group's not just filled with clowns, there will always be some moments. Like I was talking about Theater of Pain earlier. You know, you look at the bosses in Theater of Pain, for the most part, those bosses are pretty easy to DPS on. The beginning of the first boss can be a little hectic if you bring in the Bloodhorn, but like once that dies, there's long stretches of the fight where there's not that much happening. You can definitely be putting your dots up on the 3 bosses. You do Zav, except for the part where he jumps to the middle. There is nothing happening on the fight. You could be DPSing that whole fight. Gore Chop's a little more hectic there, but even still, it's not like constant HPS. It's just if somebody gets leapt on, you have to top them off. Colt the Rock, and except for when he dots people, you can be sitting there DPSing. And Mordretha, especially like in the first half of the fight, not a lot happening there. You could definitely DPS most of those bosses. So even in a Pug, there's going to be times where there's just pulls or bosses that by design just aren't doing that much damage. Then you know you have to go fast and furious. Fast and furious. All right, if I was going to play Aya Kazan, which dungeons do I think I can actually get away with that? I think... What dungeon did I play it in? I played it in Motherload and it worked. You drop it at the beginning of the dungeon. When you do this pull and then you do a big skip over here, and you're definitely going to drop your stacks. Not that you're going to get that many stacks to begin with off this pull, but definitely going to drop stacks when you do this move up here. But once you do this, you should be able to basically keep your stacks the rest of the dungeon. As you come up here, you do this pull, drop combat very briefly, and I tag this pack to drag it into the boss. Then you're going to kill the boss. Then you drop combat when the boss dies, but all you're doing is running up to like this pull. Now, again, this depends on the route you're doing, but for us at least. running from the boss up to here, so that shouldn't take too long. Get in combat with this. Then you're basically staying in combat all the way up to this boss. Then you drop combat when you go down the mines. But as a druid, you can wild charge halfway down and then like run over and tag this pack and meld real quick to extend your stacks. Then once you tag this, you're going to stay in combat until you run over to Rixa. I actually did drop stacks on Rixa because we do a thing where the tank drags this out and we run through and meld, and then he takes a few seconds to get healed up. But he said last key that if I'm confident I can top him off really fast, he could just pull the boss more quickly. So I think I could have kept stacks there, and then you would probably stay in combat most of the way up through here. So might be a little dicey through here whether or not, but otherwise I think you can keep it. Workshop, definitely not, because you're going to drop stacks after first boss when you go down the chute. You're going to drop stacks when you take the flying thing over. I'm pretty sure the flight around lasts long enough. You're going to drop stacks here. You're going to drop stacks when you run through the gauntlet to third boss. Yeah, you'd be dropping stacks the whole fucking time in this dungeon. Theater, I think you drop stacks for sure after first boss. Probably drop stacks in Kolthorok's Wing when you're flying around from platform to platform. Even if you don't have even if you don't have all your stacks fall off, you're going to bleed so many stacks from platform to platform that... So yeah, I think definitely not Workshop, not Theater. Maybe Motherlode. Floodgate would be tight. You go this way, you'd build some here, you go into this pole. There's a small break here where we run down and gather this up, but again, you could get in combat fast. Then you chain combat up to here. You would drop... if I have to be the guy that clicks on the box after this boss, you almost certainly drop your stacks running from here over to here. And then we would probably drop stacks after we kill this boss and somebody else clicks this by the time all that happens. So yeah, probably not. Like, I think you can do it in Rookery. I think you'll drop stacks after the first pull when you take the bird across. But from that point on, after you kill first boss and jump down the hole, if you do this, we pulled these two packs, I'd be able to get in combat pretty quickly here. Our biggest problem is we do a big rogue skip here. And I don't know how fast I could get into combat. Maybe Rookery. Probably not Dark Flame. Partly because I feel like you probably drop stacks after you do this pull, going into Candle King, which would be like where you'd most want stacks. You do this pull, and then you'd run up, and everybody'd like try to jump on the stairs, and by the time you actually pull Candle King, I think your stacks are gone. And then after you do this, and you do the train tracks, your stacks are all going to drop. Yeah, not DFC. Meadery. I think you drop stacks when you swap. If you kill this boss and go this way, trying to wait for your lust timer, you'll keep your stacks all the way to here, but then if you reverse and go back this way to do this pull, you're going to drop your stacks doing this. And then you would go through here. And then you would probably drop your fucking stacks again after you kill Ipa and run through the door and come out here. And if you went really fast, maybe if you like dragged Ipa to the door and stampeding roared and people use movement shit to get to this pack as fast as possible, maybe. But you'd have to really try. And then you probably drop stacks after Busby when you go up to, probably not Cinnabar. Jesus Christ, there's really only like 1 or 2 dungeons where you could use it confidently at all. Could we do it here? I think you could more or less keep your stacks from the first, second pull. You drop a few when you ran over here, but you could still stay in combat pretty quickly. And then get in combat again here, all the way to the boss. After boss, probably keep stacks when you go into this pull. And then you'd keep your stacks going to this boss. And if you went fast up the stairs in this pull, you'd probably keep stacks. Yeah, you could probably keep your stacks for most of this dungeon. think. As long as your route's not weird. So maybe Priori, maybe Motherlode, maybe Rookery. But not really that many dungeons. Where the fuck is my... There we go. Floor Demon. Yo. Well, well, well. It was alright. Got donuts today. That was pretty lit. Got donuts today. It was pretty lit. Yeast. We got a variety pack. My wife's been buying these, it's from, I think it's from the, it's gotta be from Publix. No, Tennessee, but close. They make like surprisingly good donuts that are actually pretty affordable. You get is it 12 or 16? I can't. There's 4 different kinds. I can't remember if it's 3 or 4 different kinds. I think it's 16 donuts. I think it's 4 kinds of 4 donuts. And there's and it's and they're like really fucking. In fact, we have a the problem is they get so many donuts that we just can't eat all of them. Unless you try to make like multiple meals out of just donuts. But they're good. Yep. Well, I think it's worth it. Like I said, they're cheap. Like they're not, especially with what you pay anymore to get like Dunkin' Donuts or Krispy Kremes or any of that shit. I think these are like, I'm trying to remember what the price tag on them was, but I want to say it was like $6 or $7 or something for 16 of them. Which, yeah, it was just like, oh hell, I mean, 50 cents a donut, I'll take that. All right, so we got 20 mother load. Oh yeah, 21 mother load. I forgot about that. All right, I made some hearty food for today. Wanted to get to ours into ours? Mr. Pick Me Up first. Then after that, it starts depending on what you already have. Assuming you had like nothing. Probably Mr. Pick Me Up, then maybe Reverb Radio. If you don't like Reverb Radio or Moxie Jug for throughput. Yeah, I don't know if they know. And then I like if you already have trinkets that you like, you could maybe get like, well, I like the one-handed weapon off of if you've killed any mythic bosses, if you've killed Styx, the mythic one-hander off that has stats I really want. You could buy the cloak off Sprocket that's got like bis stats on it. Could buy you could buy a Burin if you want the ability to put shields on people. If you think that'd be useful, that'd be a good trinket if you're more worried about keeping people alive through one-shots. Yo. All right, 19 Workshop. Oh. Yo, would this be a sale that I get invited to? Oh, shit. I vote yes. Yeah, you made your choice. Um, based on how sales have gone so far, I'm okay with that. Oh, damn, we just so free with our gold? That's what you think until the next time you need it. Yeah, or you could be making whatever, like 800K active income. Have it, possess it, swim in it like Scrooge McDuck. Yeah, I'll say. You say that kind of shit around these parts, you just get straight up deported. I don't know what I'd do with extra money. I leveled up my cooking a little bit today. I got hearty food now. So next time I get farmed in theater, I'll get to keep my fucking food buff. Dude, my wife saw my short about getting fucking farmed in theater this morning. She's like, have you seen this? And she held it up, and it's me getting fucking trying to kick and getting frontaled, and then rezzing and trying to kick and getting frontaled again, and then dying to a fucking swirly on the way back. She's like, this is funny. And I was like, ah, okay. She knows enough to think that it's funny when I get mad. But I noticed Mastery is doing low hot healing. Lower than expected? Well, it depends on what your expectation is. They reworked Mastery within the last few months to where there are diminishing returns on it the more hots you have on somebody. So it's not just a linear, it's not like one hot is 29.7 and two hots is 59.4 and three hots is 88, whatever the fuck. Each additional hot you put gives less and less and less.
3, 2, 1.
In order to stop my father, we need to infiltrate the city itself. And that means passing through the Robodrome.
Bricked up.
Some surface dwellers have unwittingly stumbled into the arena! A word of caution to anyone sitting in the splash zone. Watch out for blood!
You got little bird peckers. That's what 19s are for, is learning mechanics.
Anomaly, our visitors are still alive! Time to introduce them to the legends of the
All right, who got the ring? Who got the ring? Not Jason.
The Platinum Pummeler! And no mercy for you! Let's get mobilized for mayhem!
Dude, who got my...
The city's
God damn, I don't think I proc my ring a single time.
arena.
Dodge.
If they win, won't we be dead?
If I can't bet on a sure thing, then I ain't really living.
Dodge.
We call those TGP Fridays.
Dodge. No. Dodge. Dodge.
You could swap after this boss, couldn't you?
Dodge. No. Dodge.
Oh my dude, holy shit. These saw blades are something else.
Dodge. Dodge.
But we're still throwing them out with the trash. Trash, 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 trash.
Oh, it'll be higher than that eventually. All right, no shroud, no shroud, no shroud. Okay, watch the guy, watch the guy.
AoE.
Okay, we use defensives first.
Iron bark.
Okay, we pull slimes.
Avoid. 3, 2, 1. Hide. 3, 2, 1. Avoid. Spread. 3, 2, 1. Hide. 3, 2, 1. Avoid.
Don't take. Cancel it.
Spread. 3, 2, 1. Hide. 3, 2, 1. Avoid. Spread. 3, 2, 1. Hide. 3, 2, 1. Avoid. 3, 2, 1. Hide. 3, 2, 1. Avoid. 3, 2, 1. Hide. 3, 2, 1. Avoid.
'It'll take me weeks to rebuild him.
Okay, defensives if you have them.
Iron bark.
You guys go. You can jump up. What are you doing? Yeah, watch, I'll show you. Come over here.
Attention, citizens! Please remain in your domiciles. Guards are currently en route to quell the disturbance. So, you dismantled a few of my lesser...
There, that's what my normal Starfire breaks down looks like.
Let us see how you fare against something more advanced.
AoE. AoE.
So, you possess a modicum of skill. It will prove insufficient against my newest prototype.
Hi. Hi. Hi.
Sparklux! The invaders have made it past the outer defenses. I want their stench removed from my city.
I have activated all civic defenses, my king. Rest assured, these organisms will be expunged from our metropolis.
What?
Do not allow these bots to detect you. Remaining within the steam will shield you from their sensors.
Welcome to my garden, trespassers!
3,
Looks like you
2,
could use a
1.
trim.
Shield. Beam.
Oh.
Shield.
Iron bark.
Three. Two. Shield. 1.
Damn.
Own beam.
There's too many goddamn plants and debuffs.
Expect to survive against my genius?
What the fuck? The hedge only did 3 million damage to you? Oh. Dude, do you see how much damage the fucking plant did to me? Not just in my death, but throughout the course of the fight. 67 million. That thing dropped my health from full to dead 6 times over. I tried doing the stairs one time, and the very first time I did it, a squirrel ran up the stairs, flushed me back out into the room, and I avoided running directly into a hedge by about 1 centimeter. Yeah, I don't remember ever trying it. Yeah, I mean, two of those guys definitely makes that pull a lot weirder, because I can dispel one, but then somebody just has to sit, unless we have like dwarf or cloak or something. Somebody just has to sit. Oh. I thought that was the same dude that did this, that did those. Oh. Hell yeah, I can't wait to dodge squirrels too during the spider pull. All right, we doing this again? Well, I think everything on the boss is definitely a range-centric strat. I think doing it with triple melee is much more difficult than doing it with like a boomkin and a mage that can just stand wherever the fuck they want and blast shit and only ever really have to worry about flames and edges. Having the entire melee ball diving onto the boss is there is an element of devil may care to it because there's just no way to account for all the mechanics that are happening on that. There is some amount of luck where you're just like, oh, yeah, I hope a fucking hedge doesn't come flying through this pile right now.
Five, four, three, two, one. 5, 4, 3, 2,
Yeah.
1.
In order to stop my father, we need to infiltrate the city itself. And that means passing through the Robo-Drone.
Wait, what's this? Some surface dwellers have unwittingly stumbled into the arena! A word of caution to anyone sitting in the splash zone. Watch out for blood! Now this is a statistical anomaly. Our visitors are still alive. Time to introduce them to the legends of the Tussle Talks Arena! The Platinum Pummeler! And no mercy for you!
The city's entrance is located just past this arena. You must hold your ground until we can clear a path to it.
No sweat, pal! I'm putting 20 large on no mercy!
Dodge.
If they win, will we be dead?
If I can't bet on a sure thing, then I ain't really living!
Dodge. 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 No. Dodge.
Yes, it's in town! We've got a highly unusual development! Looks like yours truly has joined the tussle!
No.
Not to worry, I'll stop at nothing to give you the play-by-play!
Hey, little mecha buffers over here. Right up in my ass.
Dodge.
I'm getting stunned on by some fucking 3-foot.
No. Dodge.
I went back up the pipe. I went back up the pipe. Oh no. I'm good.
AoE. AoE.
Only the strongest survive.
You have acquired my
Fuck.
attention.
Iron bark.
It's a good day for an upgrade.
Well, this is not going especially well.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
In order to stop my father, we need to infiltrate the city itself. And that means passing through the Robodrome.
Wait, what's this? Some surface dwellers have unwittingly stumbled into the arena! A word of caution to anyone sitting in the splash zone. Watch out for blood! Now this is a statistical anomaly. Our visitors are still alive. Time to introduce them to the legends of the Tussle Talks Arena.
The fuck? Chain had my ring for 0 seconds.
The Platinum Pummeler, and no mercy for you.
city's entrance is located just past this arena. You must hold your ground until we can clear a path to it.
No sweat, pal. I'm putting 20 large on no mercy.
Dodge.
If they win, won't we be dead?
If I can't bet on a sure thing, then I ain't really living.
Dodge. Dodge. Knock. Dodge. 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 Knock. Dodge. Dodge.
What am I listening to? Ow.
But we're still throwing them out with the trash. Trash, 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 trash.
Somebody that rizzes you? No shroud, no shroud, no shroud.
AoE.
Fucking hell, man.
You had lasted a little longer.
No. What the f— oh, it was a battle res, whoops.
Good fortune to our friends.
Ooh. Yes, sir. All right. I've got this strap for it, okay? Says that the Earth Rager's range is 100 yards, and they're always on me, so I'm just going to kite them all out of the boss room. Taunt.
CC. 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 Dance.
Please enjoy your purchase of the elite pummeling package.
Only the strongest
3,
survive.
1. 3, 2.
We're gonna Ix on this shit. Fuck it. Alright, so Ix on dungeon. We got a zoom zoom. Yep.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
CC. 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 Bait. 2, 1. Dance.
Systems engaged. Commence pummeling.
Now.
Voltage increase.
Bomb.
Damaging this unit violates the terms of use. Lethal force authorized.
Now.
Voltage increase.
Bomb.
Damaging this unit violates the terms of use. Lethal force authorized.
Now.
Voltage increase.
Bomb.
Damaging this unit violates the terms of use. Lethal force authorized.
Now.
Voltage increase.
Bomb.
Damaging this unit violates the terms of use. Lethal force authorized.
Go past, go past, go past.
Three, two, one. Dance. Three, two, one. Dance. 2, 1. Three, two, one. Three, two, one.
You trespass in my domain! The blood of Azeroth flows through you!
Dodge. Dodge. AoE.
Shatter! Arise! The blood of Azeroth flows through you!
Dodge. Dodge. AoE.
Shatter! Arise! The blood of Azeroth flows through you!
Dodge. Dodge. AoE.
The ground will consume you! Arise! The blood of Azeroth flows through you!
Dodge. Dodge. AoE.
Shatter!
Dodge. Dodge. AoE.
The ground will consume you! Arise! The blood
I gotta go past, gotta go past. Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Spread. Targeted. Drop. Drop. Spread. Targeted. Drop. Spread. Drop. Drop. Targeted. Spread. Drop. Spread. Targeted.
Okay. What did I just get in? Oh, I didn't. Okay. Okay. Go.
If you wanna chop them right, do
3, 2, AoE. Drop.
Fake.
Fixate. 3, 2, 1. Dodge.
Oh.
AoE. Clear.
love the smell of propellants in the morning.
3, 2, 1. AoE. Dodge. 3, 2, 1. AoE. Drop.
This is real. God damn it!
Wish you had lasted a little longer.
Fuck this dog shit fucking boss, man.
2, 1. Dodge. AoE. Clear. 3, 2, 1. AoE. Dodge. Three, two, one. AoE. Dodge. Clear. Dodge. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE.
Hey, goddamn, dude. Oh, man.
3, 2, 1. AoE. Dodge. Fixate. Clear. 3, 2,
Iron Bark.
1. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE. Dodge. Three, two, one. AoE. Clear. Three, two, one. AoE.
Also, just got like all the worst fucking fixates. Every time I needed to like have room to move, I got fucking fixated.
Three, two. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE.
I need to be combat. Oh, good, good, good. This actually works. Oh, hell yeah.
3, 3, 2, 2, 1, 1. AOE. AOE. 3, 2, 1, 3. AOE. 2, 1. AOE. 3, 2, 1. AOE 3, 2, 1. AOE. 3, 2, 1. 3. AOE 2, 1. AOE. 3, 2, 1. AOE.
Yours.
Oh my god, I did not even hear that fucking go off. Motherfucker. Dude, I need them to not fucking talk in the middle of this fucking phase, man.
next of kin for the spent ammunition.
No, I mean that one was just. It was like a fixate by itself was okay. It was just like fixate, and then all the swirl, or then all like the we were like pinned in against the back, and then we dropped a specialist on top of us, and it's like, man, what the fuck? There's like 3 inches of fucking room to move here. I'm not really trying to. At that point, it's like I'm just subconsciously trying to keep distance away from the fixate mob because I'm staring at health bars. So I'm not I'm not keeping really good track of, there's like multiple things in melee, one of which is a fucking 2-story tall mech. So it's not always super easy to see exactly where everything is. So in a general sense, I'm just trying to stay away from melee at that point, and then we ended up with like no room to move. Just send this one again. We were very fast up until Rixo.
What a disappointment you are.
I feel like you would only do that if the timer is a problem. I think it would just be, and you'll be at the point in the key where you'll know. Like it, because it's the last thing you're doing, there's no guessing. You just look at the timer and it's like, if we have enough to kill the boss without pulling it on, then we don't. But if the timer's tight, then go.
Many deals for a friend.
Is there a mount when you reach 4K? I don't think so, but that'd be sick. Dude, honestly, this music is like too fucking intense for this right now. I can't. Actually, need to not be listening to fucking dung 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 in the middle of these keys. Is there a fucking... It's honestly embarrassing that I got caught off guard by that. Like, I didn't realize that my UI was so quiet about that mechanic. I shouldn't have died there. Like, I got shot and it would have been sketchy, but I shouldn't have fucking died right there because I should have been in bear form. I should have lived, been able to like health pot. I only died because I just was like, well, partly I died because these guys were like, oh, you earth out, like they were just blah, blah, blah. You earth out, oh, you shouldn't have earth it. Don't earth out. It's like shut the fuck up. Like,
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
CC. 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 Bait.
we're good.
Three, two, one. Dance. Three, two, one. Dance.
Okay, I got it here. Okay.
Lethal force authorized.
No.
Voltage increased.
Bombs.
Damaging this unit violates the terms of use. Lethal force authorized.
No.
Voltage increased.
Bombs.
Damaging this unit violates the terms of use. System finished.
Go past.
Three, two, one. Dance.
Only the strongest survive.
Ah, god damn it. Okay, we're good.
3, 2, 1. Dance. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Dance.
Oh, my fucking trinket, man.
Three, two, one. 3, 2, 1. Three, two, one.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Three, two, one.
Dude, this trinket. Fuck this trinket, man. I almost walk into this motherfucking extractor every time because I'm tilted when I release and I just stop. I'm not thinking about it at all. Yeah.
AoE.
The ground will consume you! Arise! The blood of Azeroth flows through you!
Dodge. Dodge. AoE.
The ground will consume you! Arise! Unleash your power!
Dodge. Drop. 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 Spread. Drop. Targeted. Drop. Drop. Targeted. Spread.
Just hypothetically.
Three, two, one. AoE. 2, 1. Dodge. AoE. Dodge. 3, 2, 1. AoE. Clear. 3, 2, 1. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE. Dodge.
I'm gonna vortex it.
2, 1. AoE. Dodge. 3, 2. Drop.
Fake.
Dodge. Dodge. AoE. Dodge. 3, 2, 1. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE. Dodge. 3, 2, 1. AoE. Clear. 3, 2, 1. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE.
Oh, never mind. I mean, I'm fine because I want to get in combat anyway, so.
AoE. Three, two, one. AoE. Fixate. 3, 2, 1. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE. Three, two, one. Three. AoE. Two, one. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE. Three, two, one.
Right where you belong. Under my heel.
Hide. Dodge.
Get a load of 300 pounds per minute.
Okay, no need to flex here, bud. Holy shit.
Hide. Dodge.
Take some high caliber carnage.
Hide. Dodge.
Take some high caliber carnage.
Hide.
Oh, god damn it.
Dodge.
Take some high caliber carnage.
Hide.
What am I paying you fools for? Get out here and fix this.
The spin, you mean? It's RNG.
Dodge. Hide.
Oh my god.
Dodge. Hide. Dodge. Hide.
Vic, thank you for the host. I should try to root a low HP one when it's low HP. It forces the power on it, and you have to deal with way less HP every fourth set or so. On Azeroth? Hell yeah. This time we were 50 seconds, 56 seconds slower on Azeroth than our other 20. The one that we scuffed was, but on the one that we did before this, where we were clean through Azeroth, we were like 50 seconds ahead of our timer. So that was almost a 2-minute swing just coming out of Azeroth. Like if we'd have had the timer out of Azeroth this time that we had last time, I think we would have finished at like 4 minutes under. Yeah, that poll is sick for me. It's the floor is lava, and I never stopped moving that entire pole.
We've got another incursion.
As a melee, I'm sure it would be.
Feet. Feet.
All right, so what's the fucking scary parts of this key? It's gonna be potentially Big Mama if the ads live forever. It's gonna be Blood Warper. Gonna be a little sketch.
Feet.
No, I'm not wearing that. I have one. Yep. I mean, I have it, but it doesn't. I think there's only like 3 dungeons I would even wear IF Kazan in. I was looking at this earlier today, and unless you're doing some like really sweaty shit to chain combat, there's like 5 dungeons that just have an almost unskippable amount of travel time in the middle of the key somewhere that drops your stack. Yeah. Yeah, we could. I have an Amazon Basics. All right, let's see who got ring buffs this time. All right, so Leech had 11% ring that time. Chain had 15%. Yeah, like I can tell you what my uptime is. Like I have my own stat for uptime, which is just reflected in the total amount of times the ring is procced. So for me, that key, my uptime on the ring was 35% of the time. Well, it depends on how many gems. But if you have all 4 rainbow gems, then it's 391 times 4. 35%. I mean, Questionably Epic gives a an estimate for the amount of stats you'd get from it, which is 884. which if I do well, 80% uptime on like a dusk thread is like 600 stats, so it's almost 300 stats more than that.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Oh wait, no, wait. Yeah, okay, go. Sorry. I was thinking I was still in my Mechagon shit again, and I was like, not again. I'm gonna root and pull the hyenas.
Feet. CC. Dodge. Feet. CC. Feet.
God damn.
Dodge. CC. CC.
Your survival wasn't
I
necessary.
despise these fucking dynamites because you can't even try to heal based on the cast time because it's got a little travel time. So like I tried to time a heal on Chain right as it went off and it hit right before the third dynamite hit, and then he just got doubled up.
I have many wares.
Yeah, that venom fucking hurts. Yeah, what the I never. Yeah, I think so. That does literally as much as the dynamites. Yeah, I want to time a 21 priority.
Someone didn't get the message.
A utility spell that he is electing not to use
We need you to mount a defense.
because it was bad. That was a good fake out.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Easy 20.
The expedition built the priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Belladar. But of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile. The god sought to kill you. Captain Dale Cry is protecting something. his lieutenants bolsters his tactics.
3,
Draw
2,
them away and
1.
defeat them.
AoE. Three, two, one. AoE. CC. Three, two, one. AoE. Three, two, one.
Chainmail, your training grounds fall to the intruders!
I can pull the priest pack.
Leave.
Leap in 2. Okay, I'm pulling him. I'm gonna drag him through.
Leave.
Leap in 2. Resing.
Leave.
Leap in 2.
Leave.
Leap in 2.
CC. CC. Leave.
Leap in 2.
CC. 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 Leave.
Leap in 2.
CC. Leave.
Leap in 2.
CC.
Okay.
CC. Leave.
Leap in 2.
CC. Leave.
Leap in 2.
CC. 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 Reflect.
I'm gonna soak him.
CC. 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 CC.
You won't
CC.
peel off anymore. You must defeat Dalecry now.
The intruders defile
CC.
the altar of the sacred blade!
CC.
I'm bringing in a footman.
CC.
Put an end to these heathens!
CC.
You won't peel off anymore.
Hold!
CC.
I see. They seek to ambush me without my lieutenants.
Do we want to bring in one more footman? Okay. I'll push. I'll push. I'll push. I'll push.
CC.
Okay.
Only the strongest survive.
I'll run back. Hmm. Oh, I'll be around either way.
Communication initiated. We will continue speaking later. So you're saying you want to do it mid-key? Huh. Imagine if everybody did that. Wait, you guys do them as a group? Isn't that kind of defeat the purpose?
Someone didn't get the message. These are earthen resources. We need you to mount a defense. We've got another incursion, and we need some defenders. I know you're good at this.
GG's, Leech. Dude, finally I'm gonna make some fucking money. Holy shit. Because we're gonna do extra fucking. What's my playlist? You can check my last FM to see what got played this stream. Okay, I'm grabbing a pre-game donut real quick. I'll be right back. Yeah, 1 sec. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Why? Who do we think is the squishiest member of this group in Leech's absence? But do you think the warlock or the rogue is more squishy? And they get to stand wherever the fuck they want. And he will remember to use his own health stones. Yeah, but what if I health stone at the same time? How are we do? I will drop down and stay amazingly still. Motherfuck. What? Jin Yang? You are not my baby. Chunks, thank you for the resub, babe. 59 months. Appreciate it. And thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Feet. CC. Dodge. Feet. CC. Feet.
Is that just like a only person in combat angle?
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
I mean, they're probably lineable, but I don't know if you have an opportunity to do that.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Feet. CC. Dodge. Feet. CC.
God damn.
CC.
Good roar, JB. Fell off just as the fucking guys died.
CC. CC. CC.
to the firing range.
It's playtime! Playtime!
I'm gonna pull him. I'm gonna pull him. I'm gonna pull him. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Here they come. Here they come. The fuck? They actually snap? Is it verticality snap?
Welcome to the firing
That's all 4 of them. Because they reset and then they're part of the polls, so it just resets everything. Oh, this is an easy one to line up here.
Charge. Charge.
No.
Charge.
Stand still! I ain't done with you.
Charge. Charge.
Get him, boy!
Charge. Charge. Clear.
What's the difference?
Charge.
Stand still! I ain't done with you.
Charge. Charge.
Need 1 dispel. When do you want me to grab the guys? Okay.
Dodge. Interrupt. Interrupt. Dodge. Interrupt. Interrupt. Dodge. AoE.
I can get after this.
Targeted. Interrupt. Interrupt. Dodge. Interrupt. Interrupt. Dodge. AoE.
Fuck.
As. Dodge. Interrupt. Interrupt. Dodge. Interrupt. AoE. AoE.
Alright, fuck. Sorry.
2, 1. Dodge. Stack. AoE. Three, two, one. 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 Dodge. Stack. AoE.
Okay, remember we do not move when we drop down. But I barked at the start, sorry.
I shall have the power I require.
Oh, we should be good.
Dance.
Annihilation. Working. It's working.
Three, two, one. Bait.
You dare pit your wits against mine?
Three, two, one. Dance. Three, two, one. Bait.
You dare pit your wits against mine?
Three, two, one. Dance. Three, two, one. Bait.
You dare pit your wits against mine?
Three, two, one. Dance. Three, two, one. Bait.
Oh, fuck.
Superior mind wins.
Yeah.
You dare pit your wits against mine?
Three, two, one. Dance.
Dude, I love selling high keys. Just inject that shit right into my fucking veins, dude. Ugh. Sim, thank you for the resub, babe. 37 months. Appreciate it. And thank you for your continued inclusion in the J Dot, babes. Long time, indeed. Good to see you. Well, thank you. But he has that opinion because he's French. God, that's still only 40% of my fucking sprocket boost. See, I need to find a guild that will trade Mythic Plus boosts for raid boosts. Yeah, pretty much. That's his badge, dude. Then they spit in your food. Actually, it's interesting. I don't know what nationality I would associate Antoine with. I mean, growing up, I think I only knew one Antoine, and it was a black kid. But yeah, but I'm trying to think like what I would, because if you'd asked me 20 years ago, I would have said the only kid I know named Antoine is a black kid, so I associated with well, it would be it would, in my mind at that point, it would have been a black name. But growing up since then, I guess I don't know if I've ever met anyone else named Antoine, but I've become aware of more people named Antoine that are not. So I don't know what I would associate that with. Doms, thank you for the resub, babe. 2 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J Dot babes. Well, what's their current key level? Bro, the whole point of playing a tank is that you don't have to rent a team. That's the whole point of playing a tank. You don't have to rent them. You just snap your fingers and a team assembles. God damn, for 17s? Yeah, but that's like 2 17s, which means you'd be asking for 750K for a 17. Not 750K. Yeah, honestly, yeah, that's the kind of thing. Like, if you're being rented for an hour for 17s, I feel like it would, yeah, be like not a whole lot. Yeah. Well, the other thing is that he's renting, I feel like the hardest spot to rent. When I back to the pricing thing, when I did rental stuff, the way that they did it was a per hour charge, and then you would get additional if the guy got score off the key. If I was healing the blood decay, would I still symbiotic relationship on him? Probably not. No, that would be like a drop in the bucket to him. Oh my god, my binding only went on Frosty for 3% of that key. What a smart ring. There's actually a lot of healing on the Warlock in that key. Because I didn't even have my Bloom on him, and I still healed him like 50% more than I healed Chain. I mean, if you don't have Jaster, I think you have to buy Jaster because the chances of you actually getting that from Raid are tiny. Anything that's, especially among tank stuff, well, I guess if you're trying to get like Aya Kazan, that would be fought over, but like Jaster, not only does everybody want it, but it's very rare. So the chance of it even dropping is already low. And then if it drops, you know you're going to have anybody who hasn't bought it with their chips yet going to bid on it. Why do you have mastery gems in if that's not well statted for you? That's all the ring is, a shitload of mastery. Dude, I wish mastery was a good damage stat for healers. Holy fuck, I would be blasting these keys. There is zero chance you wake up. Yeah, okay, whatever. All right. Dude, that's crazy. My top heal on Jason is symbiotic relationship, and I have my fucking bloom on him. Yeah, I probably should have had my other life bloom on the warlock. He's definitely taking more healing than the rogue. A dark flame. Hi, GG's. How much damage did Warlock do to the bosses? They fucked up Bront, and that's probably good, because Bront's always the one that takes less damage because he's always away from the boss, other boss. So that's like 700. No, that was to the Crocolisk. Oh, dude, Shane is fucking. Okay, no, I think he actually shit on the bosses. It's just the other two were padding. So let's see. It was 470-ish for Jason. 590-ish This was maybe not shit on, but 4, 5, 520-ish in the middle. $867. Yeah, this is the one where Rogue just fucking tees off, right? $867. 621. 54. Okay. $420. 506 and 453. All right. I'm gonna pee real quick. Be right back. Oh no, they lost their boomkin. Oh no, they lost everybody. Oh no. Rip. Don't queue if you don't have a few hours. Oh shit. Is the pug scene in EU better than NA? Well, I haven't played on EU this season to do like an A-B comparison. But the entire time I played on EU, anytime I would open up LFG, I would have anybody from North America that was in my chat immediately go, "Oh my god, that's the level of keys that you guys do in EU?" Like, I never see any of those keys in North America. And that was a pretty consistent comment the entire time I was on EU. So, presumably, the pug scene, yeah, is a little more robust in EU than it is in NA. What do I think makes it worse on NA? Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there's a multitude of things that are causing that. I will say, I'm not going to pretend to know the answer. Like I said, I think I think a lot of things factor into it, but one element of it that I feel like I noticed in my time on EU is I feel like there's just more dudes on EU that like care a lot about doing high keys. That's their identity or something that it's like really important to them. And it felt like there were more dudes on EU that would, you know, a lot of doing high keys is just forming the groups and tracking people down to play with you. And it felt like there were more dudes in EU that put in the sort of legwork that would make it a priority to find a group, form a group every day, show up, do keys. I don't feel like there's that many groups on NA that play together in like the afternoon, which it felt like there were a lot of groups like that in EU. That, you know, if I log in at like 1 or 2 in the afternoon on NA, I feel like there might only be a couple groups playing high keys at that point. Whereas when I was on EU, if I logged in at like 8 a.m., which would be the same time of day in EU as 2 p.m. here, it felt like there would be, if I went down Discord, all right, GG's. It felt like on EU, I was in a bunch of different Discords, right? And if I were to scroll down my Discords and look at the different channels, I felt like at 8 o'clock in the morning, if I did that, I could find like 5 or 6 groups at any point in time of dudes that were all doing keys that were in, you know, like that was one of the top maybe like 50 groups in the world. So it just felt like there were more people that wanted to put in the effort. But again, I don't know why that is. Okay, so this week on the Druid, we actually have some of our delves completed, which we haven't had in a while. What will be an interesting dilemma if I see the suspicious energy drink heroic here. It will be better than any of the trinkets I have now that aren't Mr. Pick Me Up. But it would not be Abyss trinket because as soon as I started getting mythic trinkets, they get replaced. So if there's a suspicious energy drink here and I don't have any mythic items that I really give a shit about, I guess the question is, do I take that or a socket? And I don't know. I mean, I think a socket, but I really want another mastery trinket. Like, I wish there was I wish there was a trinket like Suspicious Energy Drink that was mythic. Like, the only other mastery trinket is Aya Kazan, but that one's, like, all fucking annoying. You have to keep it stacked up and shit. I just want a mastery trinket that is, like normal. When I do another 3 delves for bonus chance? I'd have to do 4. One of these is, like, a tier 1 or some shit. But mostly I just don't care that much. Like, I don't think I would take that trinket. I did the 4 to try to see if I could get some maps. To see if I could naturally get one this week. Well, I did 3 of them for a spark, is why I did the first 3. Then I did 1 with the map item to see if I could get a heroic Suspicious Energy Drink. So I ended up with 4. But it wasn't really the plan to do that, and I don't think it would be the plan to do that going forward. What up, Zongo?
Many deals for a friend of the Grummles, like you.
Why do all the 19s have healers or druids in them already? Outside of 4 specs for druids? Yeah, I mean, realistically, there's like 3 druid specs. Feral's never been meta at this pace. It seems like Feral never will be meta. But yeah, having even like you know, only a few specs in the game have to deal with having both a tank and a healer spec. So that's paladins, monks, druids. And nobody else has to deal with that, where legitimately every role in the group can be one of your spec. Like, even if you have a hybrid class like shaman or priest, you're still doubling up on one of the roles. Right? Like, if you're shaman, you've got 2 DPS specs and 1 healer. If you're a priest, you've got 2 healer specs and 1 DPS. Evoker has 2 DPS, sort of, and 1 healer. But druid, paladin, and monk have specs for any role. Incidentally, it feels like that's part of what makes paladin and druid pretty popular is very strong chance that one of the three... Now, it's really never been ret, but Prot and Holy Paladin have definitely had their fair share of meta seasons. Boomkin. I feel like Boomkin and Guardian are meta less often than... Like the Prot Paladin and Holy Paladin feel like they've been meta a lot. Guardian Druid and Boomkin feel like they've been meta a little bit less, but then you mix in the fact that there's been 3 Druid specs, like Boomkin, Resto, and Guardian have all had at least a few seasons each where they've been meta. Monk, incidentally, has really only ever had Windwalker be meta among its 3 specs, despite having a spec for every role. It's really never... I mean, Brewmaster had like 1 or 2 seasons in BFA where it was a good tank, but still had to compete with Prot Warrior. And Mistweaver's had a couple pretty good seasons in Mythic Plus, but they've never been like the healer. It's only ever been Windwalker that's been squarely meta. But, yeah, definitely Druid. Druid probably faces the stiffest competition among its specs of any... I don't know that there's another class where there are 3 specs that have all had like multiple seasons of being meta. I'm trying to think. Maybe like Mage has definitely had plenty of Fire Mage seasons. It's had a few Frost Mage seasons. I don't know that it's really ever had an Arcane. This season is probably the closest Mage has ever been, I think, to having an Arcane season as meta. Rogue has had plenty of seasons as Outlaw. Few sub-seasons. I don't know that Sin Rogue has really ever been meta. Definitely not Warrior. Actually, you know, honestly, well, it's not really multiple seasons, but DK after this expansion they've had several Blood DK seasons, and then they had a Frost DK season last season, and now they've had an Unholy season. So they've had all 3 specs be meta, but not like multiple times. And the DPS seasons have been very recent. I guess Priest, actually, now that I think about it. In Dragonflight, Shadow was definitely meta for like 2.5, 3 seasons. Holy was meta through the last 2 seasons of Shadowlands, and Disc has been meta for the first 2 seasons of War Within. So actually Priest, which is kind of funny because Priest was like never meta in Mythic Plus for any reason through the first couple expansions. Really, until Holy suddenly became meta in... well, I guess Shadow was... I remember we played Shadow in Shadowlands, MDI, because Shadow was really good at single target. It was like season 2, I think. There were some dungeons where if you were playing like Tyrannical Keys and you just really needed to melt bosses quickly, I think we played Shadow Priest in some dungeons, but it definitely wasn't meta on live. It wasn't until Holy Priest became meta at the end of Shadowlands that Priest was ever meta in Mythic Plus. And that, at that point, Mythic Plus had basically been out for like 5 years, and Priest had like never been meta on any spec. And then there's been a priest meta, or a priest spec in the meta now. Since that point, you had season 3 and 4 of Shadowlands. Then you missed season 1 of Dragonflight. But then once the 0.05 patch happened, or 0.15, whatever, patch happened in season 2 that buffed the god comp, from that point on, Shadow Priest was meta all the way through the rest of Dragonflight, and now Disc Priest has been meta for almost all of War Within. So, barring really only season 1 of Dragonflight, there has been a priest spec that's been meta almost continuously since halfway through Shadowlands. So, unlike Druid and Paladin, where they were both meta from the get-go in Legion, Priest was left out in the cold for years at the start of Mythic Plus, but now over the last, like, 4 years of Mythic Plus, it's been meta almost every season on some spec. Which healer has been the top dog across Mythic Plus? Probably... It kind of depends how you count certain seasons. Like, Holy Paladin was meta for basically all of Legion, but there wasn't really high keys. There wasn't really a meta in Legion until Blizzard reworked the way keys worked. Because at the start of Legion, there was no reason to push keys up, because you didn't get anything from it. So everybody just speed ran low keys for loot and artifact power. And then sometime in like season 2, they changed it so that doing higher keys gave you more rewards. And then people started actually pushing keys, but it still didn't, it took months for any kind of like key pushing community to form. People still really didn't give a fuck about pushing keys very high. It was just, instead of like speed running +5s, you speed ran like +9s for more loot or something. Then the last couple seasons of Legion, you actually had people pushing, and Holy Paladin was meta for that. Druid was good. Resto Druid was good, certainly. It was kind of like a 1A, 1B thing, but you definitely saw more Paladins. Largely because of the one-shot bullshit in Legion. Bop and Bubble were just like irreplaceably good for a lot of the bosses in Legion. It was like if you had an immunity, you could do the boss, and if you didn't have an immunity, then you had to have battle reses because somebody was gonna fucking die. So I can put it this way: if there's like a classic Legion, people will play Holy Paladin. If they don't change the way that the class balance works, you'll be playing Holy Paladin for all of Legion for Mythic Plus. So I would say maybe 2 seasons were Holy Paladin and Legion. Then Resto Druid was meta for almost all of BFA. And this is where you start quibbling. Like, in season 1 of BFA, monks were also really good. Again, it was in my opinion like one of those like 1A, 1B things. There were a ton of Mistweavers doing high keys in BFA. Honestly, it was probably the best season to be a Mistweaver in the history of Mythic Plus was season 1 BFA. There were a bunch of Mistweavers that were competing with Resto Druids at the top of the leaderboard. Then season 2 and 3 were definitely Resto Druid meta. Season 4, I think, technically had more Resto Druids, but I think the very highest keys in the world were being done by Holy Paladins at that point. So again, season 4 of BFA is kind of tricky because it just depends on like how you define meta. But at the very least, you would say Druid had 2 seasons, and then arguably 3 or even 4 in BFA. Then Holy Paladin had season 1 and 2 in Shadowlands. So, assuming you gave all of BFA to Resto Druid, if you were going to say, nope, the Resto Druid gets credit for all 4 seasons, that would be 4 for Holy Paladin, 4 for Resto Druid. Then Holy Priest had the last 2 seasons of Shadowlands. Then first season of Dragonflight was another one that was kind of weird because it was Resto Druid and Presevoker competing with each other until Resto Shaman got buffed at the end of the season. And then when Resto Shaman got buffed at the end of season 1 Dragonflight, then it just like completely took over the meta. And it ended the season as definitely the meta healer. But it was one of those seasons where looking back at it, I don't know that you could really proclaim any healer as like the meta in season 1 of Dragonflight. There were a lot of healers that were in the mix at various points. There definitely wasn't one that just stood out as being the best. But then from season 2, you had, or season 2 was definitely Holy Paladin. And then season 3 and 4 were, again, this gets kind of tricky. Season 4 was definitely Resto Druid. Season 3 ended up being Resto Druid, but for most of the season, you saw people playing Resto Druid, Disc Priest, and Mistweaver. The comps just kind of like exchanged which classes were playing which spec. If you had a Disc Priest, you were playing Balance Druid. If you had a Resto Druid, you were playing Shadow Priest. But there were plenty of teams playing both Resto Druid and Shadow Priest. Then at the very end of the season, you started getting all of the 4 DPS bullshit. And Resto Druid had an easier time speccing Balance. Balance was a bit more brain dead than Shadow. So at the end of the season, when it came time for everybody to start doing 4 DPS bullshit, I think the Resto Druid comps had an easier time dealing with that than Shadow, or than Disc Priest comps did. So Resto Druids ended up taking over at the end of the season. But then season 4 was definitely Resto Druid. And then so far this expansion has been 2 Disc Priest seasons. So in total, I would say you've probably got like maybe 5 or 6 Resto Druid seasons, maybe 5 Holy Paladin seasons, probably 2 Holy Priest seasons, 2 Disc Priest seasons, and then like maybe, again, depending on how you count some of this stuff, like maybe 1 Prez season at the start of Dragonflight, maybe like I don't know that Resto Shaman was ever really meta for an entire season, but if you cobbled together all of the time they've spent as meta, you probably have 1 season's worth of it. So I don't know, you could ever point to like one season and be like, that was the Resto Shaman season, but cumulatively across multiple seasons, they've spent enough time in like a few months here based on when balance patches happened, that they could probably, there's probably been a month or a season's worth of time that they've spent as meta, just not all at once. Then Mistweaver, I don't know, has really ever been meta. Damn it. Got that thing where I got a little piece of hair stuck under my skin. It's like trying to get a fucking splinter out. It's because I pick at my mustache and I get little chunks of hair lodged under my skin. Weren't they good last season? Weren't who good last season? Fusion, thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it, and welcome to the J-Dot, babes. Resto Shami? Yeah. And that's what I'm saying, like, Resto Shami's had stretches where they've been meta, but not the whole season. Because Resto Shaman was like, they were meta for probably, hello, Beebs. Oop, yeah. No, not hot. What?
Either the song I'm listening to, the guy keeps saying poop sniffer. Okay.
Yeah, Resto Shaman was meta for like for a few, like maybe a month and a half or something at the start of the season, but and this is like how the meta can be fickle. Resto Shaman basically got pushed out of the meta because Enhanced Shaman got buffed. And it wasn't really that Resto Shaman got any worse. It was that a different Shaman spec suddenly became better. And if you have to pick between, if two Shaman specs are even equally good, one's a DPS, one's a healer, you're probably bringing the DPS one. And so Resto Shaman got pushed out because you started bringing Enhanced Shaman, and it was like, well, there's no reason to have two shamans in the group. And then they started bringing Disc Priest, especially because if you put PI on like Enhanced Shaman or Frost DK, PI is, and that was another thing about part of the reason why Priest has been meta for basically every season over the last 4 or 5 seasons is because during the era of AUG, PI was maybe the most valuable cooldown in the game, because Augvoker basically takes, if you normally had a DPS comp in a group with 3 DPS, you would theoretically say each of them should be contributing roughly 1/3 of your damage. But with an Augvoker, you functionally split, instead of it being 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, you turn it into something more like 40%, 40%, 20%. And the AUG is giving their DPS to the other specs. And that makes a cooldown like PI even more valuable, because normally if you put PI on one of the members of your group, you're buffing 1/3 of your DPS. But when you have an Augvoker that's buffing the other 2 DPS as well, then when you put PI on somebody, you're not buffing 1/3 of your group's DPS. You're buffing like 40% of your group's DPS with PI. So it let you leverage that cooldown even more than you normally would. It made PI even better because now you're buffing the guy that's being AUG buffed. So it made it really valuable for so long as you were playing an Augvoker, which you did for like 4 seasons in a row. So long as you're playing Augvoker, you wanted to have a priest in the group somewhere. And so when last season Enhanced Shaman became the guy, then it was like, okay, well, Shadow Priest kind of sucks now. We need a PI in the group somewhere. All right, it's time for Disc. What happened to all the 19s that were here earlier? Where did they go? Also, I like all these guys agreeing to play off meta together. I could play Legion Remix. I mean, probably just as something to do, but if it's anything like Mop Remix, it ended up being just kind of weird, you know? Like, it didn't feel like a real game. It was just like a goofy thing to do to farm cosmetics. Which is... Like, hopefully it has fun stuff to... If they bring back the Mage Tower or whatever, stuff like that, and you can... If Mop Remix lets you go back and earn a bunch of the artifact appearances, that would be cool. Or Legion Remix, not Mop Remix, but stuff like that. But in terms of actual content, I don't know how much there's going to be to do. Like, I expect they'll bring back Mythic Plus, but if it's anything like Mop Remix, then all the tuning is going to be like super out of whack. And I imagine it's just going to be a bunch of people running keys for shits and giggles. Because all the characters are going to be like broken as fuck if they have the Mop Remix scaling. But yeah, I mean, it could be fun. But I don't think it'll be like actually competitive or whatever. I think it'll just be like kind of for fun stuff. Have they ever done classic dungeons like No More Gone or Dead Mines for Mythic Plus? What's the oldest dungeon they've used? I guess it depends on how you count Oldemon. They brought back Oldemon last expansion, but it was like reworked a little bit. Like it was the same dungeon, but they like brought in new mobs, new bosses, stuff like that. So it kind of like looked the same, but it had different. They like modernized it. Otherwise, the oldest dungeon they've ever used would, I guess, have been Kata dungeons. They've used Grimbatol, Throne, Vortex Pinnacle. But I don't think they've used anything from before that, right? I think that's the oldest one. Probably, I imagine, because Kata is... Any dungeon before Kata, they probably had evolving standards of what to include in dungeons, and by the time they got to Kata, they were probably confident that, like, these are close enough to modern dungeons that if we have to make changes to them, it won't be that many. But you start going back to some of the dungeons from this era, and you'd have to almost redo the dungeon from the ground up, probably. 20 Theater of Pain. Yeah, I'll sign up. Little Ogboker, sure. Base dog player. Yeah, we did some keys with this guy. After after Og got buffed, whenever that was, like 3 weeks ago, there were people that would start playing with Og for a few keys, and we did a few keys with this guy. To see what Og was like. I think he had been playing Og for the last few seasons. Like he was like an Og main. New to WoW since War Within, is physical DPS ever meta? It has not been. There's not been a physical meta since BFA, I think. The sad, yeah. I mean, part of it is it's just harder for there to be a physical meta because there's just fewer physical DPS classes. Statistically, there's just less specs that could get you to a physical meta. Like, if we look at the list of if we look at the list of specs here, like Blood DK, that's, I actually don't know how much of Blood DK's damage is physical. It's actually probably a decent amount. But like Frost is primarily magic, Unholy is primarily magic, Havoc is primarily magic, Finge is primarily magic, Balance is magic, Feral is mostly physical, Guardian is, I think, a mix between like Arcane and physical. Resto is kind of a mix of physical and magic. Og is magic, Dev is magic, Prez is magic, BM is physical, Marks is physical, Survival's magic, magic, physical, magic, physical. I actually don't know what sub is now, if that's physical or, I think it used to be kind of a mix. Ellie's actually Ellie's magic, but its AoE is physical. It's kind of weird. Enhanced is primarily magic, physical. So I think if you categorize the specs as physical or magic at this point, you'd end up with like 60+% of the specs in the game being magic, if not more. Might be closer to 70%. So you just have less things that would get you to that point. Every meta is like half magic. Yeah, I mean, it's the only range specs in the game that are physical are hunters, but there are a lot of melee specs in the game that are magic, like Ret, Survival, Enhance, Rogue, what did I say? I said Ret, Survival, Enhance, Rogue, Havoc, both DKs. There's like 7 or 8 melee specs that are more magic than physical, but there's only like 2 range specs that are physical. Your Marks is doing 40% magic damage. Yeah, that's another spec that I'm never sure exactly how much their damage is split which way. They definitely have stuff like poison and arcane damage. I never know how much of it is their And of the specs, even if you did a more nuanced approach and you had like classes that are purely physical, classes that are purely magic, and then like hybrid, there are way more purely magical. Like most of the range specs in the game are purely magical. All the warlocks, except I guess maybe demo pets, like maybe demo pets are somewhat physical. I'm not sure. And I guess like elemental shaman has like earthquake that's physical damage, but virtually every ranged caster is almost fully magic damage. But there's only like Windwalker, Arms Warrior, Fury Warrior, Outlaw, maybe Sub, I don't know what Sub is, maybe Feral Druid, that are like purely physical damage as melee. And then of the melee that are hybrid, I think more often the hybrid ones are more magic than they are physical. Unless they change it, it's mostly magical. It's interesting. Usually, well, I know at varying times, Eviscerate has been a shitload of their damage, but I guess if they're doing like black powder or some shit, I don't even know what the hell they do. But yeah, so anyway, the last time there was a physical meta was BFA when Rogue was just broken as shit. And you basically just brought specs that buffed Rogue. That was... And Prot Warrior was really fucking good. Yeah, just it was kind of a perfect storm where Prot Warrior was a really good fucking tank and Rogue was a really strong melee DPS, or not even just melee, but like really strong DPS in general. And then you would bring like a Windwalker just to buff the other two classes. But ever since then, I don't think we've really had... I don't think there's ever been a physical meta since then, and if there have been physical damage dealers that showed up in the meta, like there's been a few seasons where you've had like Windwalker or Rogue or a Prot Warrior for like early Dragonflight, things like that. They were rarely brought for their physical damage buffs. They just happened to be a really strong damage dealer. And even if they didn't fit in with the comp as well, you brought them because they just did a shitload of damage. Didn't you play 3 Outlaw in BFA? For some of BFA, there were times where you would play triple Outlaw, yeah. I like seeing my gold pile over 4 million again. That pleases me. I could get used to making 800k for running dungeons. It's funny how boosts work like that, where when you find a source of consistent boosts, you feel like you could make infinity gold. And you're like, oh my god, I'm going to have more money than I know what to do with. And then the faucet gets turned off. And then you're like, oh my god, I'm going to go poor. I'm never going to earn another piece of gold again for the rest of my life. And then you just like bounce back and forth between those two extremes. But yeah, when you find a source of good gold from boosting, oh my god, like the money is really nice. And I wish I had that right now, a consistent source of gold, because I would probably be weak and buy Gallywix boost to be able to buy Jaster Diamond. Is there even anything else from Galley that I'd buy? Would I buy Aya Kazan or no? Maybe no, you can't buy the chest, can you? I was like, maybe I buy the chest. You can't buy that. Yeah, I'd probably buy Jaster and I don't know. Seen people selling resilient keys? Yeah. But I mean, it's on the one hand, it's easy to be like, oh, dude, what the fuck, grow up. Like, but on the other hand, that person has a resilient key. Do you like the resilient key? Because I mean, it's a benefit to you. If I have a resilient key that can't be depleted and I'm like, let's run my key, I don't need it, obviously. I'm already resilient. So like, I've already timed that key. Clearly, I don't get any value from timing it, other than maybe that the key goes up. But if you need that key, and by joining a resilient group, we have essentially guaranteed, unless the group is just so dog shit that we literally can't do the key, we have essentially guaranteed you're going to get this key completed, then it's like, this is kind of a boost, dude. It's a boost in everything but name. You're getting a key completed that I don't need, and you do, and because it's resilient, very strong chance that we actually do the key eventually. So, like, you gonna pay me for it? Because if not, I'll find somebody else that wants to do the key. So, if people want to get mad about it, that's fine. Don't do the key. But at the same time, there's a reason you signed up for it. Like, the people that get mad about that are the ones that are like, oh, well, I want to do a resilient key, but I don't want to pay for it. And it's like, why do you want to do the resilient key? All right. Well, I think we may pack it up for tonight. This doesn't seem to be a lot of action happening, and I've already got my vaults filled on Druid and Shaman, so no sense in doing anything else dungeon-wise. So tomorrow we'll be opening vaults on Shaman and Druid. My Shaman still has a ton of shit it could use. My Druid, let's see, what would I want on Druid? If I could get the Floodgate Cloak, that would be an upgrade. If I could get a one-hander, like a haste one-hander to pair with a crafted offhand, that would be an upgrade. If I could get a mythic, one of the Dark Flame Cleft trinkets, either mythic Burin or mythic Blazicon Wax, if I take that. And if I could get a mythic Foot Bomb Ring, I'd probably take that. So there's like maybe 6 items that my Druid would still be happy to get. Otherwise, probably take a socket, put it in the helm. Still waiting to see what's happening with the belt. There's supposed to be that belt that's coming out. I don't know if it's going to be worth wearing, because on PTR it didn't have stamina on it. Which seems like it makes it DOA, but maybe they'll change that, or I don't know, add something defensive to it that makes it worth wearing. They added stamina? Okay, I was like, there's no way anybody's going to wear this shit. Okay, so, yeah, I definitely don't want to put a socket in my belt then, because I have a feeling I'm not wearing that for much longer. So, but we do still need to get a socket for the helm at some point. So if we don't get something we need, then Take the socket in the helm. And 45% haste is too much now? I mean, if you... I use Questionably Epic as a source for relative stat weights for healers, and according to them, haste is so valuable that even if you push it above 10% DR, it's still better than any of your other stats. Venture's talking about a CE boost. 8 of 8 was 20 million gold. Yeah, this early on in the tier, I could see it. It comes, like, there's a few things about it. First, it's still relatively early in the tier. The second is there's a mount this tier, which always inflates the price of a boost. If the raid has a mount, especially one that is cool, and I think most people think that the Gallywix mount is relatively cool. Then if there's a mount, that's going to increase the price by several million gold every time. And then third is that there's more than just the loot off the bosses this tier. There's the fact that every boss you kill unlocks a dinar. So if you buy a boost, you're essentially getting full selection of dinars, being able to buy whatever you want from dinars. So that price will come down quickly. There's not probably going to be a lot of people that are willing to spend 20 million gold for all that shit, but there's probably still at least a few. Doesn't feel very early in the tier. Well, keep in mind that I think people are assuming early August, mid-August will be when we get the next patch. That means we've still got like the better part of 2.5 months before next tier. And it's just going to keep getting easier and easier and easier to kill the bosses. We're going to keep getting like more raid buffs, maybe more boss nerfs. We're going to be getting this shit like the greater corruption on your helm, the new belt, more stuff to buy with dinars so you can get your bis items. Like, we're going to keep going up in power. They may nerf the raid a few more times. So when I say early, I mean it's still, in terms of how hard the raid is, it's still relatively early in the tier compared to how easy it'll be a month or two from now. Wait, was that... Did I just now get the notification for Fuses? It's fucking weird. I think that happened like 30 minutes ago. Three of 8. Oh, for pugging? Yeah, from what I've heard, I haven't tried pugging anything past first 2. From what I've heard, sticks is where you start getting the real mechanics check. I think Rick Reverb is still relatively tame and puggable, but I think once you get to sticks, the fight becomes complicated enough that if people didn't already progress the boss with a guild, you're going to be a bit suspect of whether you can do the mechanics or not. Rick is very easy. Yeah, I need to get off my ass and start pugging it. Like I said, I couldn't do it this week because I bought a sprocket boost, so I was locked to that raid, but this week I should probably try to find somebody doing Rick, and it would let me buy a reverb radio if I want, or at least put it in my vault. Is there anything else from him I care about? If I didn't already have the Cinderbrew neck, that might be a neck that I'd want from raid, but yeah, I'd like to kill sticks because I want this one-hander, but I also kind of CBA. The good one-handers from Mythic Plus aren't that much different. Is Jaster desired for Resto Druid? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. But, all right. Well, I'm going to call it there. And then we'll be on tomorrow to open some vaults and do some more keys. And yeah, have some fun. So anyway, I hope you guys have fun watching. I have fun streaming as usual, primarily a Mythic Plus stream. So if that's something you're interested in or want to learn more about, hit the follow button. I'll do my best to both educate and entertain you, and I will see you tomorrow.